Danny, are they not streaming while they're in Japan? Because they're in Japan.
I'm gonna rape you in real life. I'm gonna rape you in real life.
Yeah. Hard days, I was trying to keep it straight, but that shit end up sideways. Mama on the couch, she's giving bunches back in my day. Uncle send your system if I can't adjust the buy, man. This shit in my diaphragm, this is how I die, man. I was trying to keep it straight, but that shit end up sideways. Mama on the couch, she's giving bunches back in my day. Uncle send your system if I can't adjust the buy, man. I got a shit right now, I got a shit on the system. I got a nut right now, I got a bust one out. I wanna fix your mouth, I wanna come inside. I got a bust one out. Yeah. Cause my cock is a weapon, I practice every second. The duck in the pressure while I'm looking at your dick and the stuck in the system. Ever since an adolescent, night a second, I thought I was letting seconds by the minute can pass. Sipping on Dominic glass, hitting my face, rape, prison, no, rape. Get a baby brave, you get a baby murder. Do you crave it? I'm on the edge, then I'm getting further. Taking out a step, take a dive in the place you ain't heard of. Open up the curtains, burn through my medicine. If you heard in the medicine, you just turn in my heart and you let us sing. If the purpose is certain, I set 'em in. Is innocent man, I'll apply as a heaven sent. You can cry on the side of my pendant. Here lies an innocent man. Here lies an accursed instead. Fear is
Yo.
a distant instrument. Feel like
What's up, Dr. AQ? Yo. What's up, Dr. AQ? Welcome to the stream, everyone. Dude, how many times was that echoing through? I'm late. I'm late today. Dude, where's my voice coming from? I'm late. Alright, there we go. I'm just still setting up one more panel for my stream. I've just been working on some stuff on the back end, and then we'll get right on into coding. Who's here in chat? And did you like that song? That was a friend of ours called Mirka Zurka, a very talented Czechoslovakian rapper. I love him. He's a great guy. Controversial, but good. Let's play all of his songs. This one's called Baby Brat. It's about dating a schizophrenic girl.
You should have never let Jacob send me multiple hate messages, including one saying that I'm as fat as a moose and should hang myself.
I took my pills, she was gone. He told me I would get well. I should have followed her home. I should have accepted help. All my friends are in my head. I cannot hear them no more. You said I'm going insane. At least I wasn't alone. I took my pills, she was gone. I told me I would get well. I should have followed her home. I should have accepted help. All my friends are in my head. I cannot hear them no more. You said I'm going insane. At least I wasn't alone.
This one's called Trash.
Every single day I think I'm running out of space. Every single time that I've been falling out of place. Put me like you mean it, I can barely take a sense. Put me in my dream and am I making a mistake? Dead inside I'm breaking down. We don't know.
Was that Lavloon? It sure was, dude. And Pretty Tony at the start. This one's called Pamet Huvin Hovnovij. I don't know what it translates to, but I'll tell you, Mirka Zurka translates to mole cum. That's his rap name, dude. The mole cum guy. Fuck, I love him, man.
Diary of misery. When you read this, don't pretend understanding that you're missing me. A misanthropic cunt, just be thankful I am history. Present in your thoughts, don't open up to memories. Never mind a checkered mind, credit cards or better times. Pen on knife for several lines, never have I said goodbye. Sleep or fade into your arms, keep the face and grieve your heart. Keep the pace while running high, feed the cats and cut the claws. I'm guessing that the distance is a hint. Why'd you rip my clothes and try to wash them in a sink? I just know it's not a horror, it's a fucking king. This net is not on floor, we are sliding on a rink.
Oh, where is everyone? I was hoping to catch that rally raid, but it is what it is. I just have to do my coding today anyway, so it'd be nice to have a rant before I get into that. But it is what it is. The song is called Addict, another hit by Merkazerker.
I am running out of place, I am running out of time. I can run between the lights till I figure out that I'm shutting down when I'm heartless. I'm always shutting down when I'm heartless. Only way to addict mine is to read between the lines. Only way I'm getting high is my head between your thighs. You're my shining light in the darkness. You're my shining light in the darkness. You're my drug, I don't take you when I'm not. I'm thinking of you every time I'm sober or I'm drunk. You're my drug, you're my drug, you're my drug. I don't want to sober up. Distance is a prison and you can break me out. Oh my god, oh my god. I'm shining dark in the night, I'm dying. As I'm falling down, falling stars. What to believe that I'm falling for you. I'm falling down, falling stars.
Shekel hier, shekel there, motherfucker, we don't care. Maloyer millionaire, these fucking puts we just never spare. Door schmatt on their mother grave, have some faith, have some faith. I do my two-step in my big black hat. You schmucks with a step right back. Chutzpah, I am in fact, Kush Cloud in Tel Aviv.
Are you gonna make a man cry? Are you gonna use those sad eyes? Do you want to make a man die? Do you want to claim a rape part? You really want a place to blame, right? You always knew that I was gonna die. For me it's fight or flight, if flight is suicide. Set aside the fact that you don't want to testify. You just let it slide for the price of my life. Jesus Christ, if I get a baby brave, will you get a baby murder? Do you crave and I'm on the edge, then I'm getting further. Take another step, take a dive in a place you ain't heard of. Open up the curtains and refer to my medicine. If you heard that I'm medicine, you just stirred on my heart and you let it sink. If the purpose is certain, then send 'em in.
I'll die as an innocent man. I'll apply as a heaven sent. And you can cry on the side of my pendant. Here lies an innocent man. Here lies and because it's instant. Feel I'm gonna disrupt the system.
I gotta get some water. I'll be right back.
Men will just die out. If you wanna slide out, stay up till 4 in the morning, just morning I'm falling, I'm crying for help. I got a shit right now, I got a shit on the system. I got a nut right now, I got a bust one out. I wanna fix your mouth, I wanna come inside. I got a bust one out. Drake is a pedophile, I gotta read those lines. 2 shots in your hand, I'ma free your mind for the pressure you're having, you're peeing online. Age of consent, you redefine. She said she's 18 on God.
You should have never let Jacob send me multiple hate messages, including one saying that I'm as fat as a moose and should hang myself.
I took my pill, she was gone. Told me I would get well. I should have followed her home. I should have accepted help. All my friends are in my head. I cannot hear them no more. You said I'm going insane. At least I wasn't alone. I took my pill, she was gone. Told me I would get well. I should have followed her home. I should have accepted help. All my friends are in my head. I cannot hear them no more. You said I'm going insane.
This is the Baby Brett one, right? The loop. I guess it did. Alright. Wonderful stuff. So I've just been working on a Throne wish list in the background of my stream this morning before I go into my coding. I've been up since like 6:30. So it's been a few hours. But, you know, obviously a bit of that was getting ready. A little bit was just saying hi to my friends, good morning, how's everyone doing? Nice way to start the day. But, you know, a lot of people have been like super supportive of the stream, which has been great. And I don't usually like ask for anything in my life, but lately I've been on like pretty hard times. And I've had some friends who have sent me like $50 here and there, or like food when I don't have it. And you know, I felt kind of like guilty about it, but it's been a while now, and people keep telling me that they want to support more, and that I shouldn't feel like guilty for them giving me stuff, especially because I'm like here all the time streaming and trying to make content and like putting in hard work, which I don't really think is hard work. It's like, what else are you going to do in your life if you're not out there like working towards something? But yeah, today I got linked this thing called Throne, and people were like, hey, make an account. Like I've made a Patreon in the past, but I never really promoted it or added a whole lot to it. But yeah, people, some of my chatters are in like a really good position in their life, and they get a lot of entertainment out of me, and they figure like it adds up, so it's not a big deal for them to like give me stuff. So like now there's this little wish list on my account. It's all stuff to like add to the stream, add to the aesthetics. I thought like a magnet on the back of the fridge could be cool. Yeah, what do you guys think? Does that seem good? Or does it seem like too much? I don't know. I ran it past some people, and I obviously need to run it past some more people, so I'm running it past you right now, stream. But there it is. We'll just mute that mic while the thing goes past. Dude, I was gonna get an air conditioner and put it on here, because the biggest thing that really stops me streaming is that my room turns into a sauna. Or even if I stream through it, it brings the energy down so much because I'm exhausted, right? Like I can barely catch my breath. But then I realized that like I need to move somewhere else, so I should put a plane ticket on here to get me to America or something, because if I plug in an air conditioner here, my power outlets are going to blow. That fridge isn't on. If I turn that fridge on, you know, my power outlets blow. So how do you think anything else is going to last? Is that the right size? I'm always looking at how my webcam is set up on here, probably a little bit too much, but that is slightly bigger than it should be. There we go, much nicer. Anyway, time to get to work. We got stream. No, it's not stream that I want to go to. It's my coding folder that I want to go to. Let's turn on the song requests. Boom, boom, boom.
Here we are, just us. I know you want me from the first time you see me in the movie. Hanging on the shoulder of a villain. She could flatten the village. You know I'm
Sorry, the helicopter's landing. Yo, Bordeaux Barilli. Let's have a look. Why did you follow me? Who else do you follow, dude? Surely I can look up your message history. You followed me on 24th of January, it looks like. You listened to G-Unit when you were young. Limp Bizkit. I was playing Limp Bizkit, that's why you followed me, dude. You was cruising the skateboard listening to this. This is a good one too. Then I quoted some Sun Tzu. Then I did a rant about how much I like 50 Cent, and it probably was a rant about the laws of power. So this dude wrote the 48 laws of power. And then his son wrote the 49th. And then 50 loved it. So 50 Cent teamed up with the dude and they produced one called the 50 Laws of Power. This dude also wrote a book about the laws of attraction, which like lays out all the different archetypes of like flirtation. Real fucking good book. You want to learn how to be a rake? You want to learn how to be a whatever you want, dude. You want to learn how to be an endless tease? But today, dude, sorry. So one of my viewers bought me like $200 worth of coding classes, and he's like, yo, you need to do this to like better your life. And I was like, yeah, I do need to do it to better my life. And he fucking went and bought that shit for me. Even though he's normally a massive piece of shit, he's holding me accountable to improve my life in a direct path, right? If I complete this shit, there's no way I'm not going to end up successful. So here we go. Normally I'm like popping off doing blood sports, pretty often giving like rants about like self-improvement and yada yada, and otherwise playing games. The stream goes like pretty hot and cold. Right now it's cold as fuck, dude. I have to do this homework. Which reminds me, I need to change my stream title. Join the Discord though, so you get the notifications and all that sort of shit. Thank you, bro. If you want to like do some song requests, go ahead. Just type !SR in the name of your YouTube video. Actually, you might need to be subbed, and you also might need to pick a video that has over 100 views. But you know, I got a lot of gift subs, so I'm surprised you don't have one. Shit. Sorry, dude. I could open it up if you're still here, but Badalu. I could open it up for like just casual followers to do it. Just type !SR and I'll know that you want to have a song request. I'll get it going. Otherwise, let's begin day 8 of this coding course.
Hey guys, welcome to day 8 of 100 Days of Code, and today we're going to be looking at functions
Jesus,
that
their
allow you
mic's
to give
blown
your
out.
inputs. And once we've learned all of that and we've grasped it, then we're going to be building a cipher program. And the cipher program is called Caesar cipher. So Caesar cipher is a really quite ancient type of encryption. So the story goes that when Caesar wanted to send highly sensitive military messages, he would encode his message so that each letter would be shifted by a predetermined amount. So let's say that we wanted to encode the letter A, and we shift it by 3. Well, then A becomes D, B becomes E, and so on and so forth. And this is what the final version will look like. Let's go ahead and encode something. So I'm going to type encode to start encrypting a message. And then I'm going to type my message with no spaces in between. And then I'm going to give it a shift number. So this is going to be a number that the recipient and I are going to agree on so that we know how to decode the message. Let's put that at 9. And then it's going to give us the encoded result, which is something like this. And this will be the message that I'm going to transmit to my friend, either through a letter or through an email. And means that whenever somebody comes across this message, they won't really know what's going on unless they knew the shift number. So let's say that I am my friend. I've just received this message, and I'm going to go ahead and type yes to go again. And in this case, I'm going to decode instead of encoding. And then I'm going to type out the message from previous and hit enter. And of course, the shift number is 9. And now I have the decoded result, which I can read and understand. By the end of today, you would have learned about functions with inputs. You'll know what the difference is between arguments and parameters. Once you're ready, once you're loaded up on coffee, then head over to the next lesson and let's get started.
Dude, I ran out of money for caffeine this week. Hopefully some comes
we're going
in
to learn
tomorrow,
more about functions.
but it's been brutal.
And previously, we learned that functions are a really handy way of taking a complex set of instructions and packaging them together inside a block of code. That
Oh
has
my
a
god,
name
I thought my
given to it.
mic was off
And
for a
when we
second
need
there.
all of the lines of code that's packaged inside this function, all we have to do at any point later on in our code is just to call the function by typing its name and then a set of parentheses. And when this line of code is run, it's going to search for where this function is defined, which is up here, and then it's going to execute all the lines of code that are contained within it. Now, it's been a little while since we've seen functions, so to begin, I want you to create a new function called greet, and I want you to give it 3 lines of print statements telling it to do 3 things. And finally, once you're done, go ahead and call the function so that it gets executed in the console. So pause the video and give that a go. Alright, so to create a function, we of course need the def keyword, and we know it's a keyword because as soon as we type it, it changes color. And after the keyword, we get to give our function a name. So in my case, it's called greet. Now after the greet, we add a set of parentheses after the name of the function. Finally, we add a colon, and we enter into the block of code.
Was I not
this
listening?
names
What did
it
she
over.
want us to do?
Now, the first thing I'm going to do is to create a print statement that just says hello, and then I'm going to say, well, how do you do? Now, nobody in England actually says this, but I always see it in the Learn English books, which is quite funny. I think people will give you very strange looks if you go to somebody at the bakery and say, well, how do you do? But anyways, now finally we're going to add a final print statement, keeping in line with the Britishness of my function. I'm going to ask about the weather. Now, this line, on the other hand, is something that you will often hear British people say. They're obsessed about the weather, mostly because it's terrible all the time. So now we've created our function, it's time to actually trigger the function, or what we say in programming lingo, call the function. And we do that by calling the name of the function and then adding a set of parentheses. And now, once the code reaches line 6, it's going to search for this greet function, which you'll find over here, and then it's going to carry out each of the lines of code one by one. So let's run the code, and you should see each of the 3 print statements being called. So that's pretty simple. Notice that every single time I call the greet function, it's going to do the same thing, right? It's just going to print out those 3 lines of code. Now, in reality, it's very rare that you'll want to repeat the same instructions every single time when you call a function. It would be nice, wouldn't it, if we could modify some of the parts of the code inside the function and allow for a little bit of variation. For example, it would be nice if we could greet somebody by their name, so they could say, hello, Angela, instead of just, hello, how do you do, Angela? So that it could change each time I call this function. Maybe next time it'll be, how do you do, Jack Bauer, etc. So how can we achieve this kind of functionality? Well, we need to look more closely at these parentheses. Now, what we can do is we can actually add the name of a variable inside those parentheses to start giving our functions some inputs. So let's say that there's a variable called something that's going to be passed to my function. And this something can then be used inside this block of code, this function, and I could do something with it. Now, in order to actually pass this value when I call my function, I have to add the data inside the parentheses. So let's say I decide to pass 1, 2, 3 over. Well, in this case, when this line of code gets triggered, the computer is going to search for where this function is declared, which is up here, and then it's going to pass over this piece of data, 1, 2, 3, over to this variable called something. So now, effectively, inside this function, called my function, we now have a variable called something that's equal to 1, 2, 3. And that can then be used inside the block code to do something with that piece of data. Now, it's a bit like plugging a USB stick into a computer. If we took a different piece of input, we would end up with a different file being shown by the computer. So this means the computer can do something different depending on the input that we give it. And if we change that input, then it will receive a different piece of data. So in addition to a simple function, we can also create a function that allows for input. And to do that, you saw earlier on, the syntax is, again, the same as before. We use a def to create the function, and then let's just give it a slightly different name to differentiate it with the previous function, greet with name. And then inside the parentheses, instead of leaving it blank, we get to create the name of the variable that's going to be passed over. So let's just call it name, because that describes the data that's going to be received. It's going to be the name of the person that I wish to greet. So now let's add a colon, and finally we can create our print statements. So I'm just going to copy these print statements from above, and now instead of having these names hard-coded in here, I'm going to delete it, and I'm going to replace those names with the value of this variable. So I'm going to put it in using an f string, like this, and then I'm going to do the same down here. When we actually call this function, it's also going to be a little bit different from previously on line 6. So now, firstly, the name of the function has changed. But notice how it's expecting some sort of input inside the parentheses, and it tells me that it wants to receive a name. It's when we call the function that we actually pass over the piece of data that's going to be stored inside this variable. Let's give it my own name, Angela. And now, when I hit run, I want you to predict what's going to happen, what's actually going to be printed. So let's go ahead and comment out the previous line of code, and now run our code. And you should see that it says, hello, Angela, how do you do, Angela? So this piece of data has basically been inserted under this variable name, and then it's been put into both of these print statements. Now, if I go ahead and call this function with a different piece of data, say a different name, then it's going to use that piece of data to modify this function so it does something a little bit different. So this way, we can create one function that carries out some instructions, but every time we execute it, we get to modify it a little bit by changing the inputs. When we're talking about functions with inputs, there's 2 things that we're working with that's really important to differentiate. So we know that when we call this function and we pass over this piece of data, effectively we're creating a new variable called something, and we're setting it to equal this piece of data that we're passing in. Now in programming lingo, you'll hear this being referred to as the parameter, and this piece of data being referred to as the argument. Now, the argument is the actual piece of data that's going to be passed over to this function when it's being called, whereas the parameter is the name of that data, and we use the parameter inside the function to refer to it and to do things with it. Now, very often on the internet, when you come across somebody explaining something, be it in Stack Overflow or in some piece of documentation, you'll hear them referring to these two types of things, the parameter and the argument. So if you need to, come back to this lesson and remind yourself the difference between those two things. The parameter is the name of the data that's being passed in, the argument is the actual value of the data. Is the name of that data, and we use the parameter inside the function to refer to it and to do things with it. Now, very often on the internet, when you come across somebody explaining something, be it on Stack Overflow, the actual value of the data. Now, sometimes people also get confused on the internet between these two words, but as long as you know what they mean, then you'll be in a good place.
Okay, dokie. I've got a thing it wants me to do. Life in Weeks. I was reading this article by Tim Urban in Your Life in Weeks and realized just how little time we actually have. Create a function called life in weeks using maths and an if string. So define life in weeks. Use math and if strings. That tells us how many weeks we have left if we live until we're 90 years old. It'll take your current age as the input and output a message with our time left in this format. You have X weeks left. So, we're just going to do some math. So they're just going to call age, and then they're going to call 32, because that's me. I'm 32 years old. So weeks lived will be age multiplied by 52. And then total weeks will equal 90 times 2. And then weeks left will equal actually, I don't know if this will work, but we'll see. Will equal total weeks minus Weeks lived. And then what does it got? Using math and F strings tell us how many weeks we have left if we live into an age. Take your current age as the input and output a message. Our time left in this format. Yeah, I forgot some stuff. Like, maybe just that. What error did it even give us? Failed to import test module evaluate. So some problems there, but then on line 3 we have does import life in weeks. Your named age is not defined. I thought she said that would just call on it. Let's see how she handles it. Oh, wait, I can't see how she handles it because I'm working within the thing. If I just go run code, what happens? Name age is not defined. Define it right from here. Fuck.
In the last lesson, we saw a very simple form of a function that allows for an input. Now, in this lesson, I want to take it even further, and I want to
Whoops, I did it again. I need to not click next, but click run code. I mean, this is definitely not going to work, right? Age is not being defined. I don't get why it's not being defined.
create a function that allows for multiple.
I don't know. She just didn't explain it to me. I need to like move on
For
and then come back.
inputs. So let's comment out the previous line of code and let's create a new comment, functions with more than one input. And I'm going to create a new function called greet_with. And in this case, it's going to take two parameters. It's going to be name and location. If you remember, this is how we added a parameter previously. Now, as a challenge, I want you to quickly think about how you might add two parameters, one called name and one called location, into this function declaration. Pause the video, have a brief think, and then we'll go through it together. All right, so we know that if we wanted to add one parameter, name, then this is how we would do it. We would just add it
Wait, what
inside
the fuck is
parentheses.
she
Now, if we
doing?
want to have... To get
She didn't
started,
tell
we're
me
going to learn
about
more about
ints.
functions.
And then she threw me
previously
into an exercise including ints, and then she's just skipping over that exercise, talking about something else now. Hello? Maybe there's like a hint on this. You have X weeks left. You have X weeks left. Warning, the function must be called life in weeks for the test to pass. Also, the output must have the same punctuation and spelling as the example, including the full stop. So let's put the full stop in. Sorry, the helicopter's lifting.
Previously, we learned that functions are a really handy way of taking a complex set of instructions and packaging them together inside a block of code that has a name given to it. And when we need all of the lines of code that's packaged inside this function, all we have to do at any point later on in our code is just to call the function by typing its name and then a set of parentheses. And when this line of code is run, it's going to search for where this function is defined, which is up here, and then it's going to execute all the lines of code that are contained within it. Now, it's been a little while since we've seen functions, so to begin, I want you to create a new function called greet, and I want you to give it 3 lines of print statements telling it to do 3 things. And finally, once you're done, go ahead and call the function so that it gets executed in the console. So pause the video and give that a go. All right, so to create a function, we of course need the def keyword, and we know it's a keyword because as soon as we type it, it changes color. And after the keyword, we get to give our function a name. So in my case, it's called greet. Now, after the greet, we add a set of parentheses after the name of the function. Finally, we add a colon, and we enter into the block of code because we're indented over. Now, the first thing I'm going to do is to create a print statement that just says hello, and then I'm going to say, well, how do you do? Now, nobody in England actually says this, but I always see it in the Learn English books, which is quite funny. I think people will give you very strange looks if you go to somebody at the bakery and say, well, how do you the weather? Now, this find over here, and then it's going to carry out each of the lines of code one by one. So let's run the code, and you should see each of the 3 print statements being called. So that's pretty smart to repeat the same instructions every single time when you call a function. Greet somebody, change each time I call inside those parentheses to start giving our functions some inputs. So let's say that there's a variable called something that's going to be passed to my function, and this something can then be used inside this block of code, this function, and I could do something with it. Now, in order to actually pass this value when I call my function, I have to add the data inside the parentheses. So it's declared, which is up here, and then it's going to pass over my function. We now have a variable called something that's equal to 123 with a different file being shown. Create the function, and then let's just give it a slightly different name to differentiate it with the previous function. So let's just call it name, because that describes. And now, instead of having these names hard-coded in here, I'm going to delete it, and I'm going to replace those names with the value of this variable. So I'm going to put it in using a little bit different from previously on line 6. So now, firstly, the name of the function has changed. But notice we want to have more than one parameter, all we have to do is just add a comma and then add the second parameter, which we said was going to be called location. So now this particular function is going to take two inputs, the name and the location. And then inside this function, we're going to use the name to print something like hello, name, and then we're going to print and ask them what is it like in their particular location. See if you can modify this to use the actual parameters and replace them with print statements so that we use these parameters inside our function. Pause the video now and give that a go. Form of a function that allows for an input. Now in this lesson, I want to take it even further, and I want to create a function that allows for multiple inputs. So let's comment out the previous line of code, and let's create a new comment, functions with more than one input, and I'm going to create a new function called greet_with. And in this case, it's going to take two parameters. It's going to be name and location. If you remember, this is how we added a parameter previously. Now, as a challenge, I want you to quickly think about how you might add two parameters, one called name and one called location, into this function. Function declaration. Pause the video, have a brief think, and then we'll go through it together. All right. I want you to quickly think about how you might add two parameters, one called name and one called location, into this function declaration. Pause the video, have a brief think, and then we'll go through it together. All right, so we know that if we want to to add one parameter, name, then this is how we would do it. We would just add it inside the parentheses. Now, if we want to have more than one parameter, all we have to do is just add a comma and then add the second parameter, which we said was going to be called location. So now this particular function is going to take two inputs, the name and the location. And then inside this function, we're going to use the name to print something like hello, name, and then we're going to print and ask them what is it like in their particular location. See if you can modify this to use the actual parameters and replace them with print statements so that we use these parameters inside our function. Pause the video now and give that a go. All right, so essentially we want to create a print statement here, and print statements print strings, so we have to add some quotation marks around that text, and then finally I'm going to use a f string to replace this parameter name inside this string so that the data that gets passed in gets replaced here, and it says hello, whatever their name is. And then I'm just going to do the same thing over here. And notice that you can simply highlight a word or highlight a sentence and then use the open curly brace to actually add the brace around both sides of the word. And you'll notice I did the same thing with the quotation mark. So highlight the whole sentence and then hit the double quote key, and it will keep adding quotes around both sides of your highlight. But I only actually need one. So that is our function completed. And now it means I can call this function by calling greet with, and it's going to prompt me to add both of these inputs. And the first piece of data is going to be the name. And let's put Jack Bauer. And then we can add the second piece of data and separate it with a comma. So let's say that Jack Bauer is nowhere. Now, if we go ahead and run this code, then you'll see that it's going to print hello and replace name with Jack Bauer. And then what is it like in nowhere? So nowhere gets replaced with this location. So that means that you can now put in as many pieces of inputs as you want and modify the functionality of your function to make your function do different things each time. Now, here's a question. What happens if I call the same function greet with, but I switch the order of the data that I give it? So let's say the first piece of data I give it is nowhere, and then the second piece of data is Jack Bauer. So we just switched the order of these pieces of data. Now, what do you expect to happen? Pause for a moment and have a think about what you expect to be printed in here, and then continue. All right, so let's click run, and you can see that it's now complete nonsense. Hello, nowhere, what is it like in Jack Bauer? And what's actually happened here is it takes the position of the data, looks at both of these arguments, and the first argument gets assigned to the first parameter, the second argument gets assigned to the second parameter. So in this case, when it's actually gone in here, name is now equal to nowhere, which is why this line printed this, and Jack Bauer is now assigned to location, which is why it printed the second line, like so. And in Python programming, this is called a positional argument, because when we call the function, we haven't specified anywhere which particular parameter we want to associate these pieces of data with, so it's just gone and looked at the position. Now, this is the default way of calling functions, because on one hand, when you're typing out the code, you get the hints here as to which piece of data you need to enter, but also you can refer to the function and look at the order of the parameters. Even if we had more inputs, let's say in this case we had A, B, and C, and we put the argument 1, 2, and 3, then it means that our variables that gets created will be A equals 1, B equals 2, and C equals 3. Now, if we switch around the order of the arguments in the function call, now what will happen is A is going to be equal to the first argument. So A is now equal to 3, B is equal to the second argument, and C is equal to the third argument. So it might be doing slightly unpredictable things in here. So whenever you're creating code and you're using these positional arguments, you're just inserting the data one by one like this, and it does something completely unexpected, then be sure to check your positioning and to make sure that it matches with the position of the parameters. Now, what if you wanted to be more clear when you actually call the function so you don't ever encounter this problem? Well, you could use something called keyword arguments instead. So now, instead of just adding the arguments into the function call like this, we can actually add each of the parameter names and an equal sign to say that the first parameter A should be equal to 1, B should be equal to 2, and C equals to 3. And now, when we actually change the order around, it doesn't matter how we order it, it's still going to abide by these bindings. So C will still be 3 and A will still be 1. As a challenge, I want you to take this previous function, greet with name and location, and I want you to call this function down here. But this time, instead of using positional arguments, I want you to use keyword arguments. So pause the video and try and give that a go. Because on one hand, when you're typing out the code, you get the hints here as to which piece of data you need to enter, but also you can refer to the function and look at the order of the parameters. Even if we had more inputs, let's say in this case we had A, B, and C, and we put the arguments 1, 2, and 3, then it means that our variables that gets created will be A equals 1, B equals 2, and C equals 3. Now, if we switch around the order of the arguments in the function call, now what will happen is A is going to be equal to the first argument. So A is now equal to 3, B is equal to the second argument, and C is equal to the third argument. So it might be doing slightly unpredictable things in here. So whenever you're creating code and you're using these positional arguments, you're just inserting the data one by one like this, and it does something completely unexpected, then be sure to check your positioning and to make sure that it matches with the position of the parameters. Now, what if you wanted to be more clear when you actually call the function so you don't ever encounter this problem? Well, you could use something called keyword arguments instead. So now, instead of just adding the arguments into the function call like this, we can actually add each of the parameter names and an equal sign to say that the first parameter A should be equal to 1, B should be equal to 2, and C equals to 3. And now, when we actually change the order around, it doesn't matter how we order it, it's still going to abide by these bindings. So C will still be 3 and A will still be 1. As a challenge, I want you to take this previous function, greet with name and location, and I want you to call this function down here. But this time, instead of using positional arguments, I want you to use keyword arguments. So pause the video and try and give that a go. All right, so when we call the function, we still use the name, so it's greet with, so everything up to the first parentheses is the name. And then we add in each of these parameter names, and then we add an equal sign, and finally we give it the actual value. So let's say Angela, and then the location is going to be equal to London. Now, when I hit run, you can see it does pretty much the same as before. It puts Angela into name, London into location. But this time, if I switch the order around, it no longer matters. And when I hit run again, you can see it does exactly the same thing, because it now knows which argument is associated with which parameter. So this can make your code less error prone, but it does make each line of code longer. I recommend using your judgment to figure out when you want to use which type of argument. And depending on the need, you can pick between these two. Now, in the next lesson, I've got a coding exercise for you to put into practice everything that you've learned so far. Head over there when you're ready, and let's give it a go.
This is a difficult challenge. You're going to write a function called calculate love score. It tests the compatibility between two names. To work out the love score between two people, take both people's names and check for the number of times the letters in the word true occurs. Then check the number of times the letters in the word love occurs. Then combine these numbers to make a 2-digit number and print it out. So I need two different lists. Which is definitely something I worked on previous days. Time to recap everything I learned on previous days. So, where are my notes for lists? I'm gonna write a function called that is two names. So we take both people's names and check for the true number of times true appears and then love appears, and then the example output look like this. Or the example input should look like this. numbers to make a 2-digit number and print it out. Okay, so number 1 equals true. Number 2 equals love, and I believe I do it like this. My mouse pad got stuck under my key. For score 1 and number 1. If name 1 has score 1, what's another name for this integer? Let's just call it digit 1 plus equal 1, and let's define digit 1 up here as 0, and we're going to need a digit 2. Take both people's names and check the number of times the word true occurs. And check for the number of times. So we get both names. Check the number of times the letters in the word true occurs. So we want to get both names. Name 1. Name 3 equals name 1 and name 2 for score. Name 3. Pretty sure has is a valid thing, right? And then we go for score 2. And number 2. If name 3 as score u score 2 digit 2 plus equals 1. Make a 2-digit number and then print it out. Line 13, unterminated string literal. Line 13, unterminated string literal. Did I just forget how to do print code? Oh. Taxi. Line 6 was never closed. Bro. Gotta pee again. I think it's throwing me off my game. Invalid syntax on line 8. Oh, are you still here, Taxi? I added a Throne link to my Kick account. You can click on it and see like a bunch of GIFs that I put in. Is there anything else that I should be putting in there? I know I had a meme one that keeps popping in and out of my mind and I keep forgetting it. But yeah. Let's try that. Name T is not defined. Is that because T is the very last digit of Kanye West? Oh, it's the T here. Isn't true. Let's us go look at what we did for other lists. Okay, it worked, but it didn't give them a score. So it's all mostly correct. For score in number one. If score one wait, did I just Wait, then it gave me a 40. Fuck, I just fucked that up. Three. Example output 42. Got to make it all lowercase. 33. Does it get this multiple times if I keep running it? Combine name. Apparently I can just do this like this. Nah, I like my way of doing it because I get to do lower at the end, right? Let's have a quick look at what Muhammad did here. And then he just sets these as strings. Letter and combine name upper. If letter and word 1. Total 1 plus equals 1. This is essentially exactly what I've done, right? Apparently I can just make these strings. Messing around with strings and lists has fucked me. For letter and combined name upper. That's that one. Four letter and combined name. Or score 1 and name 3. F letter and F score and number 1. Maybe I just need to reverse those. Or yeah, definitely I just needed reverse those. At least I had all my functions and everything correct. Oh. It was just this little typo right here. Only concatenate string, but not built-in function or method. Let's just go back and do it the way I had it. And then we'll fix this typo. Built-in function or method to string.
Alright, it's fine. Can only concatenate string into string. Where are you concatenating anything that's not a fucking string, dude? Every one of these. If that is in that,
Digit 1 plus equal 1. Damn, those dudes' codes look so beautiful. Mine looks kind of fucked. Neat. So many ways to do it. So it gets both their names, it chucks them into uppercase, it counts the number of letters, it counts these and then names some letters, and then compares the letters in true, and then prints it here as true, and it does the same here and prints it here as love. The one that's most similar to my one is like this one. My problem here is what else am I forgetting? Spam return eggs. When you drink water, it sounds like the bubbles in Minecraft when you jump in water. It tastes good, man. If letter and word one. This here is the most similar to what I originally tried, except he's doing it like this. Oh, please work. Built-in function is no attribute lower. Do I just have to put it in brackets, in parentheses? Combine name dot upper. Local variable first score reference before assignment. Lol. Built-in functional method is not variable. Line 15. object is not iterable. You tell me this guy's fucking... Oh. It's like, did that guy's code not work? I think I... Okay, it worked, but I got the wrong score. What score am I getting? Maybe I forgot to print. Oh. Okay, I think I got it. I just have to not have plus. Or maybe I do have plus, but I just do it like this. Here we go. I did it all by myself, kind of. I mean, I compared notes to those dudes, but refused to copy them. And I eventually got there with my original idea. Let's fucking go. Let's read over this one last time. So we define our love score calculator, and they put in their names, Kanye West and Kim Kardashian. I made 2 strings, and I defined 2 scores to be the first digit and second digit. I combined their names, make one long name, which was the way all the people with the best answers did it as well, so I was on track there. And then for every letter in the combined name, the first letter was in the true list, then I added to the score, second letter, okay. And then we add the other score, and then...
It's finally time to tackle our final project, the Caesar cipher. As I mentioned before, Caesar cipher is this way of encoding text that was seen as early as during the times of Julius Caesar. So when he had these top secret military messages, what he would do is he would shift each letter of the alphabet by a certain predetermined amount. I want to show you quickly how this works. So we've got the alphabet here, and let's say we wanted to encode the letter E. So now we can line up the alphabet with a new set of alphabet, and at the moment the shift is 0 because the top alphabet and the bottom alphabet are lined up with a 0 difference. Now let's say that we had a shift of 1. Well, then the alphabet moves to the left, and A becomes B, B becomes C, etc. And we can keep going until we get to the amount of shift that we wanted. So let's say we're going to encode all of our text with a shift of 3. Well, then E becomes H, F becomes I, G becomes J, etc. and so on and so forth. And they've actually discovered these artifacts from ages ago where people have created these sort of dials. And by simply rotating the dial to a certain amount of shift, then you can line up the letters with each other. So A becomes N and Z becomes O, and so on and so forth. And this is a way that people actually encoded top secret messages. By the end of this day, you have also built a digital form of the Caesar cipher. And all you have to do is to type encode to start encoding a message. Let's say something like, hello world. And once we hit enter, we get to type the shift number, which I'm just going to choose a random one, and it gives us the encoded result. So now if I take this encoded result and I go ahead and type yes to restart my program, and I'm going to use the decode function to decode my message. Now, when I use the same shift number, then I should be able to get back the decoded result. So if there's people monitoring your phone, or you're trying to throw a message to your friend in a paper ball, then this is an easy way to ensure that if your message was intercepted, then it won't be understood by the other person. All right, so once you're ready, let's get started building out the Caesar cipher. Now, you'll notice that I've split it into 3 parts, so 3, 4, 5 are all the Caesar cipher, and that's because there's quite a few things to do, and I thought it might be a good idea to break it down into separate lessons so that we can go through them individually, and hopefully it'll make this very large problem a little bit easier when we practice that key engineering skill, which is breaking down a large problem into smaller problems, and then taking a small problem, breaking it down into even smaller problems. That is the only way that we can get through really, really hard problems. All right, so you'll notice that in Caesar cipher 1, I've split the tasks into 4 to-dos. You'll notice the order is a little bit weird because it goes 4, then 3, but they're roughly at the places where I expect you to write the relevant code, so it's not a mistake, it's actually very much on purpose. Now, what I want you to do is to go through each of the to-dos and read through their descriptions on the right-hand pane and try to solve them. If you get stuck, there are some hints in there that will hopefully help you, but essentially the really important thing is you actually read through the to-dos, because some of the things we might not have seen before. For example, in order to complete the task, you will need to use a built-in function called index. And index is really handy because it allows us to find out the position of any item in a list. So if we had a list of fruits and we know that they start counting from 0, so apple is at position 0, pear is at 1, orange is at 2, then we can say fruits, the name of the list, dot index, and then in between the parentheses of this index function, we pass in whatever it is we want to check. So in this case, pear would give us a position of 1, and we can verify this by printing it out. So I can show this to you in the Python console, which is basically something that's completely separate from the rest of our code. And if I go ahead and now print this value, you can see it gives me 1, which is what we would expect. So this is going to be key for you to be able to solve this challenge, especially to do number 2. So look through the description, it's there to help you, and hopefully you'll be able to tackle each of these to-dos. And in order to figure out what it is that you're trying to aim for, as always, you can right-click on solution and run it without viewing the actual solution. So we already have some pre-built-in code, which I've added in for you. I wanted to save you the tedious task of typing out all the 26 letters of the alphabet, as well as all the various inputs that we need. So we need the user to tell us whether if they want to encode or decode a message, and then we want to actually ask them for the message, and then we want to ask them for the shift number. So what you want to do is by the time you have entered these 3 pieces of information, next time I hit enter, it should give me a printed output. Here is the encoded result, and it gives me the encoded output. So we're encoding hello, so H plus 3 letters, I, J, K, so H becomes K. E plus 3 letters is F, G, H, so this becomes H, and so on and so forth until we complete the entire text that we are supposed to encode by the shift number. So that's all there is to it. Look through the to-dos, look through the description, and try to complete part 1 of Caesar cipher. I'll go quiet now, and you can pause the video and tackle this challenge.
Inside the encrypt function, shift each letter of the original text forwards in the alphabet by the shift amount and print the encrypted text. You can use the built-in Python index function to find out the position of an item in a list.
All right, hopefully you have completed this challenge in its entirety.
I need to make an appointment this month with a psych. For kind of expensive. Rather, Ritalin was working, you were so focused, I would never be able to do that dialed in. Yeah, me neither, to be honest. Sometimes I worry that it's like not working, but then I guess I see like my output, and even though I get like frustrated, I'm not completely distracted by that frustration. So, it's good. I've never used an index here before. So thanks for the dab as well, Sophia. It's very cool. Wasn't there something explaining the index function back here? What happens if you try to flick Z forward by 9? I'm not sure. Maybe let's try it. Encrypt, let's say Let's give me some inputs as well. So input prompt, that is wait. Yeah, no, this can go inside the code. Yeah. Man, I gotta pee again. Be right back. It's good I get to think about this while I'm, you know, my happy space. I'm back. I just killed a weird octopus that dragged me down a weird hole. Why was the hole weird? Was it not the octopus being weird? Did you emerge back out of the hole covered in octopus gunk and gore? Because that would be very cool. Like a venom looking species. Oh, like the superhero. Octopuses are kind of, in real life, they're freakishly strong. Those little suckers will like take your fingers off. If they get a big tentacle. Because it's like a whole eel attached to it's like 8 eels attached to a thing, right? Oh, they've already got some stuff up here that I did not look at. Okay, so it works. what happens if you try to shift Z forward by 9? I just need to add like a global, and then I can't believe that worked, like right off the bat. Holy moly. I just needed to wrap around though, right? Which, okay, let's see what the tip for number 4 is. Call the encrypt function and pass the user inputs. You should be able to test the code and encrypt a message. I did. What happens if you fix the code? There are many approaches to do this. One, you can add more than one set of the alphabet into the list. True. 2, I did think about that. I could just copy paste the alphabet in twice. You can shift the shift amount so that it always lines with 0.25 and fits the last 3 and fits the list. You can use the modulo to get the remainder. So I divide this number by 25 and then take the modulo. Like if letter equals original letter. Surely there's just like a thing like global I can write, or something way simpler. Like that last test I did, some dude did it in 2 lines of code where he was just like sum equals int of this combined with that, blah 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 blah. It was beautiful. But here I can just add another if statement, like if the index of alphabet I mean, why do I even need the letter pause? I can just go to letter pause. And what if they try to shift it by 400? I could just divide it by 25, so 25 divided by 25 would be 1. 26 divided by 25 would be 1.0015 or something. I don't know. I can't visualize these numbers effortlessly. Do a while though. while it's over 25.
してないわよ別に。そう。
Alright, that does something. It works. I can probably chuck that in a while loop. And then I can probably chuck in like a huge number up here. Okay. I did it.
entirety. If you haven't, I'm going to go through the solution together with you, and hopefully by viewing the solution, some things will become more obvious and you'll be able to go back and tackle the code by yourself. So the first step is to create a function called encrypt. I'm going to hide this right hand side pane just so that I can show you the to do in the entire line. So we create a function with def, and then the function is going to be called encrypt.
Let's just try one more stress test. We want to encode Z9. Oh, I accidentally called the whole thing twice. That's okay. So it goes space and then A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H. So it did the right thing.
Encrypt, and then we add a set of parentheses, and in this case we want to have two inputs. One is called original text and the other one is called shift amount, and we add those, if you remember, into the parentheses. Finally, we finish this function definition with a colon, and then we can write something inside the function. So to do number 2 is going to go inside the function.
I'm doing it again.
Easier to see. So
I'm not hard
encrypt,
stuck.
We're going to shift each letter
So
of the
good.
original text forwards in the alphabet by the shift amount and print the encrypted text. So there's a couple of things that we need to do. So we're going to do them in
I
several
thought we were
steps.
all going to fall apart
And the first
today.
step is to loop through each of the letters in this text. So we can do that using a for loop. So for letter in the original text, we're going to go ahead and figure out what is the shifted position for that letter. So if we take the current alphabet and we use dot index, and inside here we pass in the letter that we're currently looping through. So let's start with a concrete example. That way we can go through it line by line. So if the original text was hello, and if the shift amount was 2, then the letter that we first loop through is H. So H is going to be checked against this list called alphabet for its index. So H is at position what? 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So H is at position 7, right? And this becomes 7. And once we've gotten this number, what we want to do is we want to shift it upwards, right? We want to shift it by the shift amount, which in our case we said was going to be 2. So H plus 2 is I, J, so it becomes J. So how do we make it go to that position? Well, we take this index 7 and we add the shift amount to it, and then this means 7 then becomes 9. 7 plus 2 becomes 9, and position 9 is the letter J, which is what we want. So how can we turn this into the actual letter? Well, firstly, we need to probably save this shifted position into a variable so that we can use it on the next line. And what we're going to do is we're going to create a letter by using the alphabet list, using the square brackets, and tapping to the item at this shifted position. Now, what do we do with this letter? We actually need to accumulate it. So in order to accumulate it, we need to have some sort of empty string, which I will call ciphertext. We started out as just an empty string with nothing in it. And as always, it's very important that it's outside the for loop because we don't want it to reset each time.
I called
It is
mine
inside the for loop.
code.
So now going inside the for loop, so indented inside here, I'm going to set the ciphertext to plus equal this new letter that we've found by this shifting process. So at each of these
plus
steps, I recommend
equals.
printing out the values that you've got just to understand what is going on behind the scenes. So at this point, we've now got the letter J from this, and this J is being added to the ciphertext as the first value in there. So it should look something like this. Now, the next step is to go ahead and for this loop to continue to the next cycle. So we've now done H. It's going to go to the next letter in the original text, which is E, and it's going to repeat this process until we end up with all of the letters of the ciphertext. And once it's done that, then we want to print it out. So making sure that we are outside of the for loop. So once the for loop has completed, then we will go ahead and make a print statement. And what we want to print is something like this. Here is the encoded result. Now, if I go ahead and turn this into an F string, then I can replace this with my ciphertext. And now all I need to do is to actually call this function so that it gets triggered and it passes in all of the user inputs from up here. Now remember, with functions, just defining it and running your code is not going to do anything. It's just going to sit there until it is called upon. So let's complete to do number 3 and complete this process. So let's call this function encrypt and pass in the user inputs. So I'm going to use keyword arguments just to make it a little bit more clear. So I'm going to say original text is equal to the text that was entered by the user. And then the next value that I need to add in is the shift amount. So here, let's go ahead and add the shift amount, and that's going to be set equal to whatever the user typed in here as an input. So it's called shift. And now I can run this file and go ahead and go through the process of encoding the word hello, and I'm going to shift it by 2 again. So now you can see the result is printed out, and the first letter indeed does start with J. And then it continues working out all of the other letters. And you can see that there's 2 N's because there are 2 L's in the original text. So that all seems to be working just fine. Now, there is one slight problem, which is highlighted by this to-do number 4. What happens if you try to shift the letter Z forwards by 9? Well, let's try it. Let's encode, and we're going to encode just the letter Z. We're going to shift it by 9. Well, we get a classic error, index error, list index out of range. So what's going on here? Well, if we take a look at our alphabet, we know that Z has position 25. And I know that because there's 26 letters in alphabet. If we start from 0, then Z is 25. So now we've got that position. This is 25, and then we add a shift amount. We try to add 9 to it. So 9 plus 25 is 34. And then we're going to try and take 34 as the shifted position to go into the alphabet. Now, of course, that is going to give us a index out of range error because there is nothing at position 34. It ends at 25. So how can we solve this problem? Well, if you think about this problem, there's actually many, many ways that you can solve it. Some are easier and some are more difficult. But if you think back to when we learned about the modulo, you might remember that we can use the modulo to get the remainder. So let's go into the Python console again and let me show you. So if we had the number 4 and I tried to modulo it or divide it by 25, it's going to give me 4 because 4 does not divide by 25. So the remainder is what we had at the beginning, which is 4. Now let's see what happens if we go over 25. Let's say that we have 34 and we try to modulo it by 25. Well, what's going to happen here is 34 divided by 25. There is one set of 25 within 34, and then it's going to give us the remainder. So that means it's going to give us 9. And this is really, really useful because in our case, this is exactly the behavior we want. If we go outside the range, just by moduloing by the length of the alphabet, we can make sure that no matter how far outside of the range of the list, we're always going to adjust it to within the length from 0 to 25. So to do this, all we need to do is take this shifted position, and we're going to set it to equal the previous version of shifted position modulo by the length, so the number of items in our list called alphabet. Now, just as what you can do with plus equals, where you take the ciphertext and add this alphabet to it and then set it as a new value, you can do the same with modulo. So we can actually change this to modulo equals to make our code even more short. So shifted position modulo equals the length of the alphabet is going to make sure that we are always within the range of 0 to 25. And this is going to prevent that problem that we had earlier. So if I go ahead and run the code and type Z and I shift it up by 9, you'll see that it's performing the correct implementation, which is taking it all the way around and starting over here. So Z plus 9 is 1, 2, 3, 4. implementation, which is taking it all the way around and starting over here. So z plus 9 is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and it should, as expected, give us I. Now, this can be quite confusing, this idea of the modulo, because it does involve a little bit of maths, but it's nothing that you can't understand if you just try out some principles, try out some different letters, try out some different numbers, experiment with it, and I'm sure that you'll eventually understand what's going on.
I should have refreshed myself on what modulos are.
Alternatively, you could have tried.
I assumed I knew what a modulo was, and then the second it didn't immediately come to my mind, I was just like, yeah, fuck it. But it should immediately come to my mind that a modulo is the remainder of a division of another number. So if my shifted position is 99, and then we modulo that by the length of the alphabet, then it'll divide 99 by the length of the alphabet and give me the remainder, right? Which would be, say my alphabet has like 25, then the modulo would be like 24. Then does that make my shifted position 24? No, because say each one of them has a different. And then I'm going, oh yeah, and then it would be 24, and then it would be like 24 code plus equals alphabet shifted position, right? Yeah, so then it would just end up with A's being Y's and whatnot.
Right, some of the other methods that I gave in the hint, and maybe one of the other ones would be a little bit easier to understand for you.
Fuck, I still got 2 parts of this left.
As long as you invest a bit of time
what time is it?
So
it's almost 2 PM.
Of the Caesar cipher, and we've got a functioning.
I've already been doing this for like 4 hours.
In the next part, we're going to tackle how to decode messages and how to combine the encryption and decryption functionalities together. So
this is
I'll see that.
Taking a lot longer than it should, but at least I'm not like stressed out.
Alright, so now that we've managed to get our program to encode some text, it's time to do the opposite direction, which is how do we get our program to be able to decode a piece of text based on a shift number. So let's say that we try to decode the letter G, and we had a shift number of 3. Well, in this case, we actually have to work backwards and shift backwards in the alphabet in order to get the letter that's 3 spaces previously. So go ahead and open up the step 2 of our Caesar cipher project. Now, we've got all the code from the previous lesson, and we now have to complete 3 more to-dos to complete the decryption part of our program. So the 3 to-dos are, you're going to create a function called decrypt that takes also 2 inputs. Then inside the decrypt function, you're going to write some code to shift each letter of the original text backwards in the alphabet so that we decode it to the original text, and then we print out the decrypted text. Finally, we're going to figure out how to combine the encrypt and decrypt functions into a single function, and then within the function itself, write some conditional statements to figure out whether the user wants to encrypt or decrypt using this direction variable, and then we end up with a single function rather than 2 functions, encrypt and decrypt. So I recommend to do these to-dos in order and not to go straight towards to-do number 3, because it's quite important that you understand how the decryption works and how it differs from encryption before we move on to combining them. So there are some hints in the description box as well, and there's some more details in the description for you to read. Once you're ready, pause the video and I'll go silent and wait for you to complete this exercise.
It's just the same but opposite mostly, right? Create a function called decrypt. It takes original text and shift amount as inputs to do. Inside the decrypt function, shift each letter of the original text backwards in the alphabet by the shift amount and print the encrypted text. Okay, well we don't want to go below 0 and then so the modulo thing won't work. So do I just go back and use what I used in the other one instead of the modulo? But I want to go backwards. For letter in the alphabet, if letter equals original letter, letter position equals the index of that on the alphabet. Minus shift amount minus shift amount while letter position minus shifted amount is less than 0. Letter position gets 27 added. Let's try it out. Line 14. Decode. Wait, let's encode something first. Encode hello world. Let's bump it up by 7. That totally worked. Maybe it didn't work. Type encode to encrypt and decode to decrypt. What did I type? Encode. Encrypt, decrypt. Oh, I needed to pick the encrypted and then decrypted. Combine the encrypt and decrypt functions into one function called Caesar. Alright, let's just do that later. Let's just decrypt that and see if it works. Pretty sure it was by 7. Yeah, okay, so that works. Inside the decrypt function, shift each letter of the original text backwards in the alphabet with a shift amount and print the decrypted text. Yeah, we did that. Combine the encrypted and decrypted functions into one function called Caesar. Use the value of the user chosen direction variable to determine which functionality to use. So we define Caesar and Caesar will have original text or shift amount. And then all of this is getting indented. What is the shortcut in Python to indent block of highlighted text? It's not just tab, is it? It is just tab. Okay. This is gonna give an error. Beautiful. Turns out I was mostly done before I moved on to this step. Very nice, very nice.
All right, hopefully that went really well for you and you managed to figure it all out. It's really, really hard. So all of these projects are really hard because they don't just rely on what you've learned in
No, it
class.
wasn't.
They also rely on a lot of thinking outside the box, a lot of Googling, a lot of figuring things out, and also that key skill of engineering, which is breaking down problems to small enough a problem.
See
to
how
be
she
simple.
does it though.
So there is no way that you would be able to just breeze through any of these projects. So don't feel bad if that's not happening. But now I want to
That's okay, I was feeling pretty-
You wanted to check your solution, or you need a couple.
I was feeling pretty frustrated, and when I tried to do this a year ago, it was about at this point when my brain fell apart. You know, where I really had to like let her spoon feed it to me, and I couldn't remember like the ling function, and I'm still having like a little bit of trouble with lists and strings, and like implementing them in the same block of code. But then a lot of that been alright, like it's come with time. Like I've realized that I can go for string in string, and it'll go through each character of the string, which doesn't really make sense to me still. Like I think of a string as like a single lump of data. So for it to be able to cut that string up and find different characters within it seems weird. My string could be my list in a way, right? It's like, then what is the difference between a string and a list? The list is taking a bunch of different strings, I guess. Yeah, like I could have pie, muffin, and, you know, whatever in a list. Whereas the string would go PIE. Okay. I'm learning. And then I got to convert that list back to a string, maybe, if I want to use it somewhere else.
More hints to figure out what's going on. So the first thing we're going to do is to create a function called decrypt, and this function is again going to take two inputs, the original text and also the shift amount. So now that we're passing in these two variables inside the decrypt function, we're going to shift each of these letters by the amount that is required based on whatever it is the user wanted, and then we're going to shift it backwards in the alphabet. So if the original letter was F and their shift amount is 2, it becomes H. So now they're giving us H as the letter to decode, then we take the shift amount and we subtract 2 and to get back to the original letter. So most of it is pretty much exactly the same as what happened in our encrypt. But
you know, I can make this a little bit better and change this here to len alphabet. Does that still run? Please pick a valid option. If direction equals decode. Like decode to decrypt. Oh. And the result is space. End result is Z. Yeah, that totally works.
But the only difference between decrypt and encrypt is the shift direction. Because instead of taking the position of the current letter in the alphabet and shifting it up by adding the shift amount, what we want to do is we want to subtract it by the shift amount. So that instead of going in this direction, we're now shifting it down this direction. And the rest of the code is pretty much exactly the same. Let's walk through them line by line, just so that we revise what's happening. Firstly, we're looping through each letter in the text to decode. We're working out the shifted position, so the position of the new letter, by taking the current letter's position and subtracting it by the shift amount. Once we've got that shifted position, we're using the modulo to divide that position by the length of the alphabet, which is 26 letters. And what that means is we're always going to be within that range of 0 to 25, and we're never going to go out of range of our list, which is called alphabet. Finally, we take our empty cipher text and we add each of these letters as we loop through each of the letters in the original text.
I guess that's so obviously. Did I just not think about modulos again on purpose? Or was that by mistake? I did think about modulos, and I just thought it wouldn't work because I thought that, like, if I take the modulo of like -20, but then -20 times 52 is still going to be a positive number, right? It's still 32. And then actually, if I try to encrypt with her code with a huge number, is that going to break it? I think it is, right? So my code is better. Because we're using her code to encrypt right now. Let's encrypt this by 66 spaces into the future. I need to write encode, not encrypt. Type encode. Type hello world. Let's shift it forward by 77. Oh, of course this will work. Because that's how modulos work. I did the modulo equation backwards. Where's her modulo? Here, shifted position. So there she did 77 modulo. Length of the alphabet. Is it 26? Or 27? 26. It starts at 1. I don't know. I added in a space. Isn't there 25 in a normal alphabet? Number of letters in the alphabet. Okay, it's 26. 2 days in a row, I forgot how many letters are in the alphabet. 77. It doesn't really matter, I could just come up with any number here, right? I'm just doing an example modulo. 77 modulo of 26 is 25. So 77 almost fits cleanly into 26. So 78 modulo 26. 0, which is also fine because it's between 0 and 26. Okay, she got me. Her code is tight. Oh, hello, Action Ban. Sorry, I didn't notice you there for a solid 11 minutes. I'll get another monitor that just has chat on it, I think. Until then, I maybe need to get like a little alarm going. But yeah, I'm coding a... You'll like this, Action Ban, if you're still here, which I think you are still here. I noticed that you're actually the second most person who's watched my channel. You got a lot of points to spend. I was gonna make a thing for points. Let me check, actually, to see what that was. I don't think it's working. But... where is it? It's under the loyalty system. Or is it under widgets? I think last time I tried to do this coding course, Dolphin, you were not hanging out. But I think I got up to... I'm feeling like it's pretty tough here at day 9. I think I got up to like day 11 before I rage quit. But I think by the time I got to day 9 last time, my brain was melting so hard. Now I've got like a better like note-taking skills to refer back to like other parts of it rather than trying to like hold it all in my head. And I'm on Ritalin, so that's awesome. I'm way less frustrated this time. And I got through a really hard day just now with not much trouble. I was intimidated a lot by today. I was like, oh no, here it comes. Okay, here we go. Yeah, so apparently, if you type woof like that, thank you for redeeming meow. Okay, it worked. Maybe I just need to put this. Let's actually edit that to not be called woof, but be called meow. And then I'll chuck another one in that's the erudite woof. I don't want a prefix, I just want woof. And that'll be 100 points. I think you have something like 7,000 points, Action Ban. Action Ban! Get in here. I know you're watching! Nah, she's probably gone. Whatever. I don't want this full thing in, but it'll be interesting. Because this is the full Erudite clip of her being like, God wouldn't love me if I... God wouldn't give me all this money if he didn't love me. Ooh woo woof. Dude, learning coding has given me such patience. The file must be an audio file. Lame. Let me do a video, dude. How to add a viewer point redeem on Kick for a video playback. Okay, just let me copy that and I'll make it an MP3 and then that'll just automatically change it instantly to a video file. I don't even have to go to DaVinci or nothing like that. Easy peasy. This is going to be actual hell once I enable this. If people come in and start redeeming it, ugh. Let's just turn that volume down a little bit. Only letting me pick audio and not like audio and picture for the same thing redeemed, but I think, yeah, wait, and let me copy that and then add another viewer browser in over here, channel points.
I wouldn't have as much cool stuff if God didn't agree with me. Woof! Mm. I wouldn't have as much cool stuff if God didn't agree with me. Woof! Mm.
Meant to have a message on the screen.
I wouldn't have as much cool stuff if God didn't agree with me. Woof! Mm.
Sorry, chat. This is gonna have to loop a couple more times until I get this right. It's just a test run. I'll delete it later.
You know how like some people get cum drunk? Okay, we got raid drunk. We're just like,
Perfect.
I wouldn't have as much cool stuff if God didn't agree with me. Woof! Mm.
Lame. Hold up. Okay, so now this should have this with the same command. What else do we want? That kind of worked. That didn't exactly work. It's meant to do both. And we gotta do this other one for free. I gotta pee again. Dude, it's like I peed like 3 times after drinking a litre of water. So that means I got like 9 more pees left today. Okay. I'm back. Prepare to continue being tortured. So this thing that I'm using here is actually like a pretty cool little shop. And so like when you guys watch, you collect channel points. And what I am pretty sure I can do is open and close my shop. So there can be, and I can also let you guys gamble. So I could put up polls and we could rename the currency because like I'm a very sweaty boy, right? So we could rename the currency to be called sweat. And then every time I am doing something like in a game, I could say, place your bets, Willie win, Willie lose, and you all bet your sweat on me gaming. And as people accumulate sweat, I can open up the shop and then I can have like different items in there, and then the bot can like take those items and add it to your inventory. So currently I'm buying a whole bunch of woofs, which will be in my shop. Maybe I can sell them, I'm not sure. But woofs are pretty much useless, right? But if I rotate items to the shop, then you guys can trade items to each other, and then I can put things up and down in the shop, which the bot can then put on top of a little character, which will be your dude. So if you're here for like Christmas 2015, you'll be able to get or like, yeah, you know, you could get the Goku hoodie to like put on your character, right? And we can just like rotate a lot of items like this, and then eventually I can have all of your guys' custom little characters like running around on my screen. It's very cool. It's definitely for probably like a bigger streamer who's maybe got people donating artwork for the shop and having chatters who are here like learning the commands and algorithms to get like the community flowing. But it is such a cool idea. User must enter text. That might be something that I need. I'll need to watch more videos on this though. Okay, so that's for the command woof. Yeah, replaced the audio with an image. Oh, this, and now it's working where I can have an audio and an image. Perfect.
I wouldn't have as much cool stuff if God didn't agree with me. Woof! Mmm.
Amazing. That would be a funny one for if people drop like a huge donation, to be honest. And what I also need is like a hotkey, like a button that I can just slam in real life, that I can pick up and punch, and it would pause you guys from being able to use the shop. That would be real nice. I think I'm on the final boss. I got a lock in. Congratulations. What the hell? Power and that must be a good storyline to pull you in like that. Meow, 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 meow. Surely I've got the meow, 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 meow somewhere.
I love beautiful women. Now, don't get me started on beautiful women. I love beautiful women.
That's Katie. That's a good soundbite as well. I was invested, but a lot of the real stuff is locked behind the campaign. What do you mean the real stuff? Like the good stuff? Sort of makes sense, right? Like you scale and then you feel like a god by the end of it, or you feel like you're finally powerful enough to do what you wanted to do, or what's going on there? You don't have to reply. If you immerse yourself, get in the game. Don't mind me. I'm just talking because my job. I love beautiful women. I love beautiful women. Don't get me started.
Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. Going live! Hey, it's JSTLK. Are you ready to pile in? Grab a seat, spam the chat, let's begin. Flags up, dramas on the stream. Loading all the memes, AirPods in, plugged up, going live again. Hey, chat, get ready for the fun. Spam those donos, just saw one. Oilers up the Patreon. Hey, chat, what has Kelly Jean done? It looks like it triggered every.
All right, how do I use soundboards and meow 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 meow. How do I even Google that? You know? It's just a dude getting a calf massage. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, fuck that shit. I felt like holding him down. My god, that's gotta hurt. Alright, what a way to transition.
And we end up with the
Let's see if we got
final
anything
ciphertext.
left to do here.
Now, even though ciphertext is what worked for us previously in encrypt, it's probably not the best wording in this case, because the ciphertext is the result that we get after we encrypt some plain text. So let's just change this to output text. And we need to change it all the places that we use it. And now we're ready to go ahead and test our decrypt function. So let's go ahead and call decrypt and pass in the original text, which is going to be whatever the user added to this input called text.
Why did she do that?
And we need to change this alphabet, which is 26 letters. And what that means is we're always going to be within that range of 0 to 25, and we're never going to go out of range of our list, which is called alphabet. Finally, we take our empty ciphertext and we add each of these letters as we loop through each of the letters in the original text, and we end up with the final ciphertext. Now, even though ciphertext is what worked for us previously in encrypt, it's probably not the best wording in this case, because the ciphertext is the result that we get after we encrypt some plain text. So let's just change this to output text. And we need to change it all the places that we use it. And now we're ready to go ahead and test our decrypt function. So let's go ahead and call decrypt and pass in the original text, which is going to be whatever the user added to this input called text. And then we also add the shift amount based on what the user typed for the shift. So now let's go ahead and run our code. And this part is still not considered, so it doesn't actually matter what you type. And then we're going to check just one letter. So let's say that I have the letter A, and I want to shift it down by 2. So remember, even though we can type encode or decode, the only function that's being called right now in our code is decrypt. So it should be taking my letter and shifting it down by 2. So if A is right here, then shifting it backwards will take it to Z and then to Y. So now let's go ahead and hit enter, and you can see that my decryption is working as expected. So now all that we have left to do is to combine the encrypt and decrypt functions together into a single one, because as you can see, they are extremely repetitive. They're so repetitive that I was able to copy and paste the encrypt function into the decrypt function to get the same functionality. So let's go ahead and create this new function called Caesar. And this function is going to take the original text as an input and also the shift amount as the input, so same as before. But in addition, I'm also going to add the directionality into this function. Now, instead of calling it direction, which will be a little bit confusing because am I referring to the direction variable here or am I referring to the direction variable here? And you can see as soon as I write that, PyCharm is already giving me a warning telling me that it shadows the name direction from the outer scope, which means you're trying to create a new variable name that's only going to be used inside your function, but you've already got this variable name declared outside. Now, this will still work, by the way. This is valid code, but it's just confusing code. So let's change it. Let's call this variable encode or decode. It's pretty easy to understand, right? right? We're trying to figure out, do we encode or do we decode in this function? So I'm going to copy everything I had from the decrypt function, paste it inside my Caesar function, and now what I want to do is to change it so that whether the user wanted encode or decode, I will make this function do the exact thing that they want and encode or decode the text. So what is the difference? Well, the only difference really is this line right here. Either we subtract the shift amount when we're decoding, or we add the shift amount when we're encoding. So in maths, as you might have seen in the little hint I had here, in maths, when you multiply a number by -1, you will reverse its sign. So +5 can become -5 by simply multiplying it by -1. And then if we add a negative number, that's the same as subtracting it. So this might be a little bit of a mathematical knowledge that you may or may not know, or may not remember, as in my case. But hopefully with that hint, you could work out that in order to have this line of code work both during encoding and decoding, all we need to do is to change that shift amount based on the encode or decode variable. So if encode or decode is equal to decode, well, in this case, we're going to take the shift amount and we're going to multiply equals it by -1. So this is going to change this value to the opposite sign. So if it was positive, it becomes negative. And that's what we want when we're decoding. Now, in this case, instead of
Oh, so the modulo lets me halve the amount of code that I used. True. If I had used modulo plus len alphabet to keep my shifted position and range of the alphabet list, then I could half my amount of code by using an if statement to modify the shifted position in a positive or negative direction.
So whatever it is, when we add a negative number, such as in the case of decoding, it's the same as subtraction. And when it is encode, then this if statement is not going to trigger, and we have the original code that we have for the encrypt function. So this is a really neat way that you can get around this problem.
And then I'll input that line of code. Shift amount times equal -1.
And we have the original code that we have for the encrypt function. So this is a really neat way that you can get around this problem. So now all that's left to do is to actually call this Caesar function instead of encrypt or decrypt. So let's clear the code a little bit to make this file call this Caesar function instead of
bug in her
encrypt or
code?
decrypt. So
It's the
let's
first
clear
time
the code
she's
a
had
little bit
that.
to make this file a little less confusing, so that we only have our Caesar function. And now I'm going to call this function Caesar and pass in the 3 variables that it expects: original text, shift amount, encode or decode. So text is the name that we had for the input, or is the variable we had for the shift amount input. And finally, we also have the direction. So this is, of course, a positional argument way of calling this function. But if you want it to be more clear, then you can, of course, add in the keyword arguments. So now let's go ahead and run our code to see if it works. So I'm first going to type encode to encode my message, and I'm going to encode just a single letter to make our lives a little bit more easy. So now I want to encode, which means shifting it up, and I want to shift it up by 2. So A, then B, then C. So hopefully I get the result C. Now let's go ahead and rerun this code. So go ahead and run it again, and this time I'm going to say decode. So again, I'm going to use the same letter A, and I want to shift it by 2, and this time instead of getting C, I now have Y, because our code is working as expected, and we only have a single function that achieves all of that functionality. Now, there's just one last thing that you might be bothered by if you have a little bit of OCD like me. I don't like the fact that this prints out, here is the encoded result, whether it's decode or encode. So how can we get it to say, here is the encoded result when it is encode, and here is the decoded result when it is decode? Well, there's a really neat trick here, because notice that the word encoded and decoded in English actually both have the word encode and decode, and the only thing that they have in common is the D to represent the fact that it happened in the past. So for us, it's as simple as simply taking this part, adding in the encode or decode variable, adding D at the end, no matter which one it is, and this F string will now print out encoded results if it is encoded, and it will print out decoded results when it is decoded. So hopefully you managed to understand what's going on in the explanation, or you already got it by yourself anyways and you're just watching to check.
What?
Or you already got it by yourself anyways to understand what's going on coded. So hopefully you managed to understand what's going on in the explanation, or you already got it by yourself anyways and you're just watching to check.
Oh yeah.
But once you're ready, we're going to move on to the next step and complete our Caesar Cypher program. So for all of that and more, I'll see you there. Now we're really close to the finish line. I know today is quite a long day, but just bear in there. You're going to get there really, really soon. So the last part of our Caesar Cypher just has 3 to-dos. One is we need to import and print the logo from this file art.py. And then we have to figure out, well, what happens if the user enters a number or space. So if you take a look at the final demo and we were to write a message, say hello, and then we add some numbers or some symbols, we don't want those to be lost when we encode the message, right? So what we want instead is we only want to encode the alphabetical letters. And then for anything that is not within the alphabet, we just keep it as it is and add it to the final encoded result. This way we can encode and decode and keep any of these characters the user types in. And then finally, we need a way for our program to rerun once the user is done with encoding or decoding. So that way, we ask them, type yes if you want to go again, otherwise type no. And if they type yes, then they get to encode or decode again. And once they're actually done, then they could type no, and the program just says goodbye, like a good little robot. So those are the 3 to-dos. Have a look in the description box, have a look at the hints if you need them, and go ahead and pause the video and complete the final part of the Caesar Cypher project.
What happens if the user enters a number, symbol, or space? Well, it just fucks it up, right? Can you figure out a way to restart the Cypher program? I would just put in like a while output text is empty. Yeah, if they put in the number, symbol, or space, then it just ruins it, right?
Okay, hopefully it was straightforward and you're just here to check the solution. If not, don't worry, I'm going to walk through everything and explain everything anyways, so hopefully it'll be a lot more clear afterwards. So to do one is pretty simple. All we need to do is import the module art and then just simply print art.logo, which is the name that we've got in here. It's the name of the variable, and that's going to print out that Caesar Cypher logo with ASCII art every time we start our program. Now you can also do the previous from import, but this is also clear enough as well. Now to do number 2, we need to figure out what to do if the user enters a number or symbol or space, and how can we keep hold of it when they actually type that in. So let's think about where we would make that differentiation. Every time we loop through each of the letters, if that letter that we're looping through from the original text happens to be not something that exists in this list of alphabet, then it's probably a symbol or a number or something that we can't shift very easily. So then we probably want to bypass the rest of this and do something separate. So what we can do is we can say if the letter is not in the alphabet list, then in that case, all we're going to do is simply take the output text plus equals the current letter. And this will add whatever letter it is that we need to skip into the output text as its original format. But then we can have an else statement and have the rest of this carry out if this is not the case, which means the letter is in the alphabet and we can in fact shift it. Now another way that we could do this is we could add a bunch of symbols and numbers to our alphabet list, and instead of calling it alphabet, call it something else. And that way we can be more inclusive, but it's quite hard to include all of the symbols and all of the numbers. And just to keep it simple for this practice exercise, this is probably the most straightforward solution. So now we're on to do number 3. Can you figure out a way to restart the Cypher program? So as previous, the way that we need to do this is to use a while loop. So if we have some sort of variable, let's call it should continue, and we set it to true because normally while the program is previous, the way that we need to do this is to use a while loop. So if we have some sort of variable, let's call it should continue, and we set it to true because normally while the program is going, it should in fact continue asking the user, do you want to go again? Do you want to go again? But sometimes the user will say no. So let's go ahead and create a while loop that checks for this variable. And if it is the case, then we're going to keep running all of these inputs, asking them direction, text, shift, and also running our Caesar function. But then at the end of all of that, once we've given them the encoded or decoded text and that Caesar function has come to an end, then the next thing we're going to do is we're going to check with them whether if they want to go again. So I'm going to copy this message and add it into an input. So in this input, I'm going to go ahead and change it to .lower to make sure that we've got the whatever it is they type, capital or no capital, set to the same thing so that we can check it more easily. And I'm also just going to add a \n so that our cursor goes onto the next line when they do have to type, so that it's cursor here rather than cursor here. Now finally, I'm going to save that input into a variable called restart, and now we can check the value of that restart. If restart is equal to no, well in that case we can change our should continue to false, and then we can print goodbye. And if the restart is any other value, so yes or capital yes or whichever, then this if statement is skipped and our while loop loops back up from the start. So that is how we can make sure that our code continues asking the user for a message and they're encoding or decoding, and it will continue forever until they basically say no. Now, if you've been following my code all along, I want you to try and test your code right now repeatedly and see if you can spot a crucial bug. Now, it relates to this Caesar function, and I want you to see if you can, through testing, figure out what is wrong and solve the issue. So pause the video now. So did you manage to find the problem? Here, let me show you. So if I go ahead and start encoding, and we decide to type A and B, and then type the shift to go up by 2. So that becomes CD, which is great. So let's go again, and let's now type decode. And again, use the previous cybertext, which is CD. And if we take our ciphertext and shift it down by 2, we should expect AB, which is our original message, which we encoded up here. But instead, we get AF. So what is going on? Well, if you debug, either using the debugger or your own knowledge, you'll find that this line here is the culprit. We're determining the shift in amount by shifting it back to the negative, and that's what happens when we do -1. But this is inside the for loop, which means that it's going to happen and flip every single time the for loop runs. So in order to fix this, what we need to do is just to take it out of the for loop and then put it above the for loop. And now if we retest, you'll see we've managed to solve that problem. So going up works and going down also works. So that is all there is to this 3-part Caesar Cypher project. And of course, as always with all of these projects, feel free to add modifications, tackle any edge cases. There might be things I haven't thought of that you've thought of. There might be improvements you want to make. The program is yours, so you can do whatever it is you want to do to improve it. And hopefully in the process, you've managed to solidify and revise some of the topics that we've learned in today and previous lessons. And if it was really, really hard, then that's a good thing. That means you really struggled and you're building those programming muscles, right? There's no point going to the gym and lifting 1 kilogram weights. It's not going to make you very muscular. We've got to push ourselves, and this is okay. So have fun with me today, and I look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Hey, well done for completing day 8. Now, somewhere along this journey, you will feel a dip in your motivation. It might happen around now, it might happen later. But what you've got to think about is what really motivates you. Why are you doing this? What is learning this skill going to do for you? What is it going to do for your family? It might be that you want to get a better paying job. It might be that you just hate your current job and you want to do something that you actually enjoy, like programming. Or maybe you want to start your own business and you need the skills to be able to build the product that you're going to sell. So have a think about what drives you, why you're doing this. Write it down on a piece of paper, put it up on a wall so that you can see it every day when you wake up, and maybe comment in the box below so other people can cheer you on and you can be motivated and also motivate others. So have a think about that, and I'll see you tomorrow.
Sick. We did it. We got through. AV, CD, EF, gotcha. Well, my code doesn't work. A, B, C, D, E. So C went forward and E went back. Because this was in a for loop. But now it's out of the for loop. It still didn't want to work, right? And then also, this here's not working. You put all of this back up to the top. I guess she probably did, right?
Now we're really close to the finish line. I know today is quite a long day.
My brain is tired though.
And hopefully in the process you've managed to solidify and revise some of the topics that we've learned in today and previous lessons. And if it was really, really hard, then that's a good thing. Managed to solve that problem. So going up works and going down also works. So that is all there is to it, to this 3-part Caesar Cypher project. And of course, as always with all of these projects, feel free to add modifications, tackle any edge cases. It might be
I think mine looks just like
things I
hers.
haven't thought of that you've thought of. There might be improvements you want to make.
This here's in a different spot.
The program is yours, so you can do whatever it is you want to do to improve it. And hopefully in the process, you've managed to solidify and revise some of the topics that we've learned in. And of course, as which is CD. And if we take our ciphertext and shift it down by 2, we should expect AB, which is our original message, which we encoded up here. But instead we get AF. So what is going on? Well, if you debug, either using the debugger or your own knowledge, you'll find that this line here is the culprit. We're determining the shift in amount by shifting it back to wrong and solve the issue. So pause the video now. So did you manage to find the problem? Here, let me show you. So if I go ahead and start encoding, and we add a \n so that our cursor goes onto the next line when they do have to type, so that it's cursor here rather than cursor here. Now finally, I'm going to say that
That makes sense. Doesn't work. Why is the restart not equaling O?
input into a variable
No,
called
I mean
restart, and now we can
restart
check
equals
the value
input.
of that restart. If restart is equal to no, well in that case we can change our should continue to false, and then we can print goodbye. And
I don't get it. Why is it not extending the while loop? The fuck is wrong with this?
And if the restart is any other value, so yes or capital yes or whichever, then this if statement is skipped and our while loop loops back up from the start. So that is how we can make sure that our code continues asking the user for a message and they're encoding or decoding, and it will continue forever until they basically say no. Now, if you've been following my code all along, I want you to try and test your code right now repeatedly and see if you can
Fuck. Let me define this. Definitely here because it's asking the question again. And
Spot a crucial bug.
should continue
All along.
equal false seems totally correct.
Code continues asking the user for a message and their encoding or decoding, and it will continue forever until they basically say no. Now, if you've been following my code all along, I want you to try and test your code right false, and then we can print goodbye.
Should underscore continue equal false, and it's in orange. And what's it doing at the end of the Caesar code? If encode or decode is decode.
I'm going to go ahead and change it to true because normally list, and instead of calling it alphabet, call it something else, and that way we can be more inclusive. But it's quite hard to include all of the symbols and all of the numbers, and just to keep it simple for this practice exercise, this is probably the most straightforward solution. So now we're on to do number 3. Can you figure out a way to restart the Cypher program? So as previous, the way that we need to do this is to use a while loop. So if we have some sort of variable, let's call it should continue, and we set it to true because normally while the program is going, it should in fact continue asking the user, do you want to go again? Do you want to go again? But sometimes the user will say no. So let's go ahead and create a while loop that checks for this variable. And if it is the case, then we're going to keep running all of these inputs, asking them direction, text, shift, and also running our Caesar function. But then at the end of all of that, once we've given them the encoded or decoded text and that Caesar function has come to an end, then the next thing we're going to do is we're going to check with them whether if they want to go again. So I'm going to copy this message and add it into an input. So in this input, I'm going to go ahead and change it to dot lower to make sure that we've got the whatever it is they type, capital or no capital, set to the same thing so that we can check it more easily.
Apparently it was this. Why would that not work though? Or like why would it not register like a bug? I don't know. I don't know, dude. Based. Dude. The absolutely schizo jellybean Kangirl messaged me saying, "You were right on this, by the way. I didn't understand before, but Stephen and I guess we have worked it out. There isn't a solution, but I wanted to thank you for your harsh words, but true, that I should have heeded sooner." True. You started telling people I was Blav. We're up big. I'm gonna chill out so I can eat some food and watch some streams. I might be back later. Thank you very much, chat, for being here. Totally dragged my average viewers down, but it doesn't matter. We're just doing what we're doing. We're not gonna try to move up on the thing yet. We're just logging our coding, you know, getting into it. Night or good day.